Good evening and welcome. Thank you very much for joining on this random Sunday, Factorio Sunday. I am so ungodly tired today. I was almost about to cancel, but I didn't want to cancel because I wanted to be here. But man, was it hard to when my alarm clock woke me up 10 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Yeah. So I've been at a workshop all weekend and just got home like 1.5 hours ago. So a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted. But I'm sure that as we get into Factorio, we'll be waking up. Next week will be a slow week. I'm going to do like a little bit of slow week until until something comes along. I'm not super stressing out about making streams every day when we don't have like something super fantastic to play. I'm enjoying playing Bloodborne, and we're probably gonna finish that up, or maybe get started on the DLC or something like that next tomorrow. But then I'm taking Wednesday off next week, so it'll be like a slow week, and then we'll pick up when we have more new games to play. I have on my to-do list to take a look at Mind Mogul, but I've also been told, like, yeah, just wait until there's a new map, then it makes more sense. So I think that's kind of what I want to do, otherwise I just jump into it too early. The fact that Dyson to a program is not happening anything anytime soon is a little bit sad. So that means like there's a year until something happens. So that could be an option of just sort of jumping in. But then again, there's also an option of doing the same thing, but with Factorio, for example, just joining in. It's sad but weird also, right? What is sad but weird also? DSP, it's going super slow. Yeah, that's really weird. Like it is strange. I also because you'd think that they could sort of scale up, but of course it's like a single code base and all that stuff, and maybe they don't want to scale up. Maybe they're like, yeah, this is the team that we're going to be working on at the pace we are, and we're going to keep you at it, and it's going to be like our job for the next 5-10 years or something. Maybe that's just how they want to do it, and that's also fine. I'm also thinking like Star Rupture, for example, like there's a problem with being too successful on the launch of an early access, because you could go like, there we go, we made all the money, just move away and get started on the next thing. But yeah, because they already, for example, Star Rupture already sold 500,000 copies, which is insane for a game that is a good proof of concept, but certainly not at all sort of, it's not at all a finished game that's ready to sort of just be set into the wild. As an early access, sure, but there's still a long way to go. That's my fear, that they will discontinue the game. It's an amazing game. I don't know. I don't know if they. Now, for example, Dyson's Sphere program. I don't think they'll discontinue the game. I think that they are still dedicated to it, but they might also just kind of be like, yeah, maybe this is just it, or maybe they are sort of building up toward the next release being this is it, and then they can start working on a DLC, which I don't mind. But I mean, the pace is glacially slow, which isn't. Also, like, think about stuff like Valheim. How long time has Valheim been in early access? Like, I can't even fathom it. That's many years that's been in early access. And you could say Factorio has as well. Factorio has been as well. Maybe that's just sort of the new trend that you stay in when that early access is basically the release, and the 1.0 is that we're done with this game and moving on to something else. Also, like Factorio 2.0 is also like not exactly happening anytime soon, it seems. Been watching your videos about Factorio for years and finally subscribed to your Patreon to get some of the blueprints. Space Age, nice, great blueprint. But I'm having difficulty with producing production module 3 legendaries. Could you possibly show your factory part that produces those to give some pointers? Thank you for supporting Patreon. Let's take a look at that. Production modules, productivity module 3, I guess. Legendary productivity module 3. Yeah, they're not really a problem. They are the only thing that I think you might be sort of struggling with. It could be the legendary biters, and that's it. Like, the only thing, you just need the legendary biter croissants, and once you have that done, quality engineers are hard to find. I've interviewed 8 different people the last few months to fill one spot, and they all failed basic knowledge test for coding. If DSP is slow, I bet they want to go faster, but can't find good people to scale with. Hey, why don't you just get AI to do it? Scrap the quality engineers. And also test engineers are also really difficult to find good, not test engineers, test managers. So you just get AI to do it. Like, whatever. Just AI that shit. How difficult can it be? Yeah, more vibe coding. Then what do you need? You don't need you don't need a code review or quality engineering or anything like that. No. I'm struggling with the legendary eggs. Legendary eggs are not that big of a deal. I have a setup, and there it is also in the blueprint book. There is a one that creates legendary eggs, and it creates like, I don't know, I can't remember what it's like, but it's not that bad, and it's mainly for productivity modules 3 legendary. It's not so much about how fast you produce them. It's about like you have to constantly produce them and then keep a buffer of thousands of them. Because when you start building a new build, then you want to be able to go like, oh yeah, I need 1,000 legendary productivity modules, and then they'll just go like, yeah, sure, done. And then they'll start spending the next 10 hours just building up to the next 1,000, which is not a problem because you're not going to be using it that fast. But on the other hand, you need it to always be working because it's one of those things that just kind of accrue. Cloud code would add freaking years to the development cycle. It's also, I think it's one of those things where I think we're in the stage of the AI bubble where I remember where like with NFTs and blockchain, when it was like people slowly realizing that it's a marginal use and it's been applied to everything. And yeah, AI is more useful than NFTs and blockchain, but it's still like been applied to way too much. And then maybe just back off a little bit and find out that, well, you can't replace quality with vibe coding. It just doesn't work like that. You can get a lot of prototyping and minimum viable products done with vibe coding and AI mockups, but yeah, maybe when you actually want it to make sure that it's correct and doesn't just hallucinate crap, then maybe you want to add some kind of quality, sure. So find the letter X blueprint at the regular let's play blueprint. Yes, absolutely. I found it. It's under Navis book. Obviously now that I think thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. We can still take a look at it. Read today that Nvidia are scaling down the RTX 50 to prepare for AI needs. Yeah, I don't know. It's always like, and then there's the stuff about Nvidia canceling the 100 billion investment in OpenAI or some shit like that, where it's just fantasy numbers. Don't care. Well, I probably will care when the whole thing comes crashing down. This is something that really, really sucks in my job as a European working as a content creator. My Twitch income is in US dollars. My YouTube income is in US dollars. My Patreon income is in US dollars. And what has happened over the last year? A 15% drop in the exchange rate between US dollars and euros. And that means that given everything else is a constant, I've just taken a 15% hit in salary just from exchange rates. That sucks. On the other hand, like, when it goes the other way, it's also nice, but it is pretty fucking miserable. So I'm actually thinking now maybe just trying to leave money on my various accounts so that they stay on US dollars before them out, and then only paying them out when I need them. Unless, of course, you assume that it's going to get worse, and then you should just... I don't know. I have no idea. Said what our owners learned, which is why they're letting me be picky with who I hire now. Oh, nice. No more AI hiring anyone who thinks they can code because AI will do it. Yes. But it was good years ago. Yeah, it was good years ago. That's true. That's true. And I think that also sort of last year was also... It started good, but then it got worse. It somehow, like, I don't know. It seems like last year around I don't know, let me just take an arbitrary... Around sort of the 20th of January, things started going steeply downhill last year, and it's just been trending downwards since then for pretty much anything. I don't know. It's just... It just comes to me like about 20th of January was when things just really started going steeply downhill. I don't know why, but yeah, it could... It's just the date that comes to mind. So I don't know. It must be a coincidence, but you know. Yeah. So I remember a couple of years ago when I was thinking like read something about like the silver was relatively low in price, and I was like, I wonder if that's a good investment, like silver, because like it's still useful, and it's like it must, like, gold is of course like the obvious, it's the gold standard. So I was thinking like silver seems underpriced you know, it's still used for a lot of things, and it's still sort of a limited material that you can't just invent, and it has very specific usages for things. So it must have some, like, it has an intrinsic value like gold, and it's just really underpriced. Yeah, well, too late now. So it's yeah, but that's always like, oh, remember Bitcoin? Yeah, I remember Bitcoin. I remember talking to my dad like, why not just spend $100 to buy one of those Bitcoins? I remember that conversation, and we were like, yeah, but $100, that's still money. Like, why would you want to waste $100 on a Bitcoin or something to that effect? It's, you know, it's easy to be hindsight is 2020, right? And yeah, I don't know. So my investment has always been in the most boring conservative index funds. I just follow the world market, the European market, the US market, and sort of like whatever. Also a little bit in the Danish market just because. And you know, that's my my advice. This is not financial advice. Is look at the fees. The fees are gonna kill you. The all the costs to manage your money. If you have like active management, fucking hell, they eat your, and it's not good. Like anytime someone so like, oh yeah, we talked to the bank and they recommended this high return fund that they are managing. I'm like, seriously, you think a 23-year-old in an oversized suit and shiny shoes who works in a suburban branch can manage money better than the market? You think so? Because I don't think so. But he still needs new shiny shoes and a new suit regularly. So you're paying for a suit, but he's not beating the market. There is no way that guy's beating the market. So I was like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that it can't be good. And I go like, why do you think that guy's better than the market? He might be 1 year, but he's certainly not on average better than the market. And you can guarantee that he needs to get paid, while index funds are dirt cheap to manage. And I don't know, there'll probably be a time when that's a bad investment, but yeah, I just don't want to pay for 23-year-olds in suits. That's just, call me old-fashioned. Not directly, at least. So being a passive investor. Also, if I was doing like active investment, then I still have friends like who sort of like, oh, I just bought some Novo Nordisk because I think they're gonna go up. They can only go up. Like, what do you base that on? Like, whatever you think you know, it's already priced in. Like, unless you literally work in Novo Nordisk and know that the FDA approval is coming through or not coming through, and then that's insider trading, then you don't know anything that the market doesn't already know. Yeah, put a pile on Tesla in 2020. Then you only buy. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I also, when I worked at the company, my previous company, I got like every year I got stock options, and yeah, it was nice. It was a company, a growth company. I just got stock options, and basically after 3 years they were vested, so I could buy those options at the price 3 years ago. So I couldn't lose money on it, and they just increased a lot in price. It was why I could start my own business. But problem is, the Danish law says that if you quit your job, you lose your options. If you get fired, you keep your options. So, you know, it's 3 years of non-vested options. I couldn't afford to quit, but I could afford to be fired. So that was pretty good. And that was why I sort of, that's how I dared to start this endeavor, because I knew I had like seed money to sort of live the first year. Once stop growing for an extended period of time, then it probably won't matter. The world would have to have a meltdown for that to happen long term. Yeah, but Easy Gaming, there's still the other part that's the stuff like if the S&P 500 grows by 15% over a year. That's great. But if the US to euro exchange rate goes down by 15% at the same time, they're gonna, it's a wash. Like, US investors are gonna be happy, but euro investors are gonna be like, well, it kind of sucks. So it can still be good and not actually the best investment. Then you could invest in European stocks, and yeah, but then you're sort of, now you're starting to have an active strategy. So, you got any interest at all in the Iron Lung movie? No. I only just saw something, Markiplier movie, Iron Lung, I don't know, so, okay. So, so I would definitely be interested in watching it if it was available anywhere, but I don't think it is. So, yeah. Every day, go on, I dare you. I mean, if you've been around when I was still working my day job, you would know the horror stories I told, and the the audacity I had to be rude and brutally honest, and just waiting for them to get tired of me, which they eventually did. There's also like, it was all very strategic, but it was like, I also bought an insurance against an unemployment insurance, like a private unemployment insurance. And because I'm an engineer and I'm part of a engineering union, I could get this really cheap, because engineers generally don't get fired, and if they do, they get a job pretty quick. So it's very cheap to get this kind of insurance for my kind of my kind of education and job. So I got this in, but I needed to be I needed to behave for 6 months, because there's this I don't know, trial period where you pay for it, but you can't cash it in. So you can't just like cash it in and get fired next day and then claim bonus. So I had to behave for 6 months after I got this. So I was like, yep, max it out and just sure, get 85% of my salary for I don't know, 6 months was the maximum I could get. I'm like, yep, let's do that. And then I had to behave for 6 months, and then I got fired. I was like, yes, please. I am unemployed now. So it was nice. And then I just didn't find a new job, because I had other plans. So yeah, that was sort of my my strategic move into to start this project that I'm still at it, because I'm not brave enough to sort of, I have 2 kids and they like food, and I have a mortgage, and actually I don't have a mortgage, not anymore, but I had back then. So it can't be just, yeah, fuck it, I'll gamble all of it, and if nothing else, the kids and I will live in a cardboard box under a bridge. Like, you can't really do that as a parent. So yeah, there has to be some kind of like, okay, I can live over this for a year of nothing, of my severance, and then I can, if nothing else, I can get a real job. And then after I gave myself a year to sort of feel, to see how it works and build something. And then 3 years later, I realized, oops, I stopped to evaluate after a year. We're good. I'm never going back. And I can't imagine going back. Having a real job, it's no fun. Don't want to do it. And I know that it's not for everyone. I do talk to a lot of people who really want this, both the essence of having colleagues and being part of a big thing, and sort of have this, in my opinion, false sense of security about your job. Everyone's like, oh no, I want the job security. It's like, there is no such thing as job security. Like, even public employees, then you can be like, oh, there's a election change, and then there's some budget cuts, and then whether you work in a municipality or a state or whatever, then it can just be like, well, something randomly 20% cut, you're it. And then you basically have whatever months of severance you have, and then you're just with that zero income. At least for me, if I disappeared offline, I'm sure that I would still have some kind of income after a year, just from like YouTube and people forgetting to cancel their Twitch subscriptions. Thank you. And Patreon subscriptions. Like, there would still be something. There wouldn't be a lot, but it would be something. So it's like, instead of for an employment where it goes like, you have your full salary and then it drops off after whatever severance period, then for this one, if I just stop doing it, then it would be like, but there would be a long tail instead of just falling off a cliff. And I think that's better. It's not exactly at a point where it's like a passive income that just doesn't need maintenance. Still need to show up and rake in all of those subscriptions. Yes. So yeah, so that's where we are. And I would really love to have like some game we could really sink our teeth into and get into. I really hope that Star Rupture would be a bigger game, but I did 7 episodes or something, and it was fun, but I just couldn't. I forgot to cancel my page. No, don't do that. Don't keep forgetting. Then let's talk about something else. Then now I just look at Patreon and go like, fuck, hundreds of the cancellations. Yeah. No, don't mention it. I'm too lazy to log in. Yeah, I think so too. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about some Factorio-ing. Now, yeah, I would really love to have a game that we can just really sink our teeth into and just dig in and just have a lot of time. Did you play the Planet Crafter? No, well, I tried it and I just didn't like it. I thought it was too bare bones. It didn't look good, and it was just like go out, grab some stuff, and come back and do something, and go out. And it was, yeah, it was too rudimentary. Yeah, so like a game like, I don't know, like Foundry or something. Song of Six, not information. No, I have not heard of Song of Six, and I don't really. I have not heard of it, and no. So, yeah. So we know that these games are coming out, and there'll be tons of these games. But it's also like when there's nothing. Like for example, in the fall, I had so much fun playing Hollow Knight and Silksong, and they were never popular. But man, did I have a good time playing it! It was so fun. Like so ridiculously fun figuring out how the game works and just finding secrets and uncovering, and just the sense of wonder of going through a world like that was just absolutely amazing. So I'm looking forward to these things, and it happens, and then you then suddenly all your content for several months is already taken care of. And it would be nice if it was also a game that, not like Hollow Knight and Silksong, that was just like I enjoyed it, but it was also something that actually matched sort of the channel content better. Like Star Rupture was super fun, but it's also a little bit frustrating. But it wasn't that many live streams because it was just a lot of sort of grinding along. And maybe it is time for us to start playing either Dyson Sphere Program or Satisfactory, like one of those games that nothing new is gonna happen so for a long time. So might as well just go in and just enjoy, because it's a great game. So why not? Why not indeed? That's I think that's yeah. I think that would be great until something comes along. And you know, like last year in April, we suddenly got randomly Blueprints, which was insanely good. Unfortunately, it got a little bit squeezed between other releases, but otherwise I would have loved to just throw in another set of streams on it. So we just, like, that came out of nowhere, at least for me. And there will be other games like that, and we'll just be ready to pounce on those. In the meantime, we can chill and have fun with some good old Factorio, and tomorrow we'll be probably finishing up Bloodborne, because that's fun and I love it, and then we'll see what else comes along. So I think we'll just jump into Factorio now. Seems like a reasonable time. Get my overlays for all of those subscribers. With one of the old faithful. No, absolutely not. Should we just jump in and have a look at the mega base, just to... I don't care about syncing bots. Well, Dyson Sphere. Yeah, I would just kind of have to figure out what the point of the Dyson Sphere run should be. It might be like polishing up blueprints for upcoming releases, and just kind of take it a little, I don't know, not like slow, but just sort of dive in and clean up some of our... I know that my blueprints are a bit of a mess, and I'd love to have that look nicer. Yeah, legendary biter eggs. Those are here. These are my legendary biter eggs. And if I look at Legendary. There. 4.1 per minute, which is obviously not a lot that I'm producing. But it's just one of those. It's one of these builds, one city block, old city block, is actually just producing 1 per minute, which is really slow. And this is why it just has to keep going and then go down here, and then these are processed. I also have like the other ones which sort of reprocess and can also upgrade. So if we look at it not as that but as legendary here, that one. Now why is that 0.2 per minute? Oh, because right, it's actually buffer is full, so these are actually expiring. If we look at legendary, we'll probably have some bite rags. Yeah, 375 already sort of storing and expiring out here somewhere. That's kind of a shame, but whatever. It doesn't matter. That's because we here we have productivity. Oh, where you be at? There you go. 5,100 of these legendary. So we built up the reserve. It's fine. I don't need any more. That's why. Actually, while we're here, is there something that we should look at? I'm kind of... This is just such an amazing build. The craziness of that. I love this space. This is really, really, yeah, impressive. Love it. What? Oh, like, I'm not going to go to the mega base. I'm going to go back to master. There. That. This one. Or something with the masterclass. I'm stuck at Legendary Tungsten. Did I miss many episodes? No, you didn't miss. That's kind of the last thing. The masterclasses have been sort of put on pause for a bit, and I wanted to put it out one last week, but then there was like the Foundry stuff that took all my time, and then I was like, yeah, we still have a little bit of things. We did some designs last Sunday, which were like some really nice designs here at the blue level. What I think I'd like to do today is maybe do a space casino. Like, I don't know. Well, let's think about it. Like, on the one hand, we can say, well, maybe space casinos are still a thing in 2.1, and therefore the best option is to make more space casinos. And the other thing, oh yeah, LDS Shuffle is actually kind of, and LDS Shuffle goes in long design. Or we should sort of skip that and start looking for options so that when it gets announced that it's 2.1 is here, LDS Shuffle and casinos are dead, then we can go like, haha, we already have a cool design for Gleba, for example, upcycling iron and copper on Gleba. Ugh, the nightmare. But, you know, that's probably the best option. I don't know. Is it? I don't want to go here. I just don't want to go here. Yeah, that's the problem. Legendary Bioflux. It's not a good idea. It's not going to work. Because I can't supply Legendary Bioflux in quantities where this makes sense. Because, yeah, so... Because this was actually aiming at making Legendary Bioflux, but I'm really not making any Legendary Bioflux. Oh, so... Caesar belt of green red shouldn't be damn clever. Yeah, I know. Yeah, let's ungleberify it. Yeah, LDS Shuffle. Yeah, so, what do you guys think? Should we sort of do an LDS Shuffle and do a new take on the Space Casino? That could be a thing. But it could also be not a thing. Or should we leave it until we know whether it's going to be nerfed or not? I actually think that LDS Shuffle would be interesting to do in a city block. Upcycling circuits like in the Let's Play series. Yes, that's also something that I want to do, but I only want to do it for blue circuits though. And then it's actually just a matter of producing a lot of blue circuits. Because we're just producing a lot of blue circuits and then we're breaking them down. And then, like, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue, is it? Because it would basically just be a couple of these builds to generate the blue circuits, and then some recyclers, and then some more of this, plus whatever is it's recycled. Yeah, if I think. What do we need legendary circuits and processors for, if not for science? Circuits and processors. We need it for all the stuff that, like, for this. The only science is actually the yellow science. Everything else, like, legendary stack inserters, yeah, sure. Legendary recyclers, legendary electromagnetic plants, legendary modules, legendary, yeah, all the legendary modules, legendary quantum processors, maybe. Legendary cargo base, legendary asteroid collectors, legendary thrusters, like all of those things. Legendary nukes, no, probably not. Yeah, the equipment, not so much, but also rocket turrets are needed as well. So, you know, I do think, yes, that. So a set stock amount as opposed to a constant demand. Yes, but that set stock amount is still thousands. And red circuits as well has a lot of utilization as well. So, you know, it's going to be, there will be a lot of things that need this. But I don't think I want to craft red circuits or green circuits legendary. I think I want to craft blue circuits only. And then basically take the legendary. Yeah, take the legendary blue circuits and then turn them into, just break them down as needed to get the reds and the greens. That might be a little bit stupid, but it might also be, because I don't know about the ratios though. It ended up being much simpler to do that. Because upcycling red circuits is so awful, and upcycling green circuits is also, like, it's not that bad, but it's just like, then you have 3 builds. Why not just have one build that does everything? Because neither green nor red has productivity, 300% productivity, while blue circuits has 300% productivity. That means it's net neutral once you have all the upgrades. So once it's net neutral, it's good. So, yeah. But I do feel that this should be made with legendary. It should be designed for legendary. And then once, even though we don't have legendary, we build it with rare quality, and then it'll just not work as well and gradually be upgraded. Then blue to red plus green, red plus green. It's not the whale of a build you've done before. It actually, it probably will, because I now also need to scale it not only for red, not only for blue, but also for red and green. Yeah. Hey, first subscription of the day and of the month. Thank you so much for your subscription, Dayable. Welcome. I do think that's actually probably the most valuable thing, but again, I feel that it's really difficult to do that if we don't have sort of an assumption of legendary. So I think that it before we can do that, we have to have an assumption of legendary, which means that I have to do LDS and Space Casino at rare quality first. I think so. Yeah. Let's look at LDS Shuffle, because even though I want to do this, then it just feels weird to build it at currently. If I design it now with assuming legendary, then I'm like, but how did you get the legendary? If I design it now at rare quality, then I'll be like, yeah, but it's gonna be legendary soon, isn't it? So I think I want to start with the LDS Shuffle. Let's see if we can remember it. There was a pretty cool build back in the days. Back in the day. Yeah, so here we have the first problem. Too big. I'm just gonna put it here. Just this is. Let's start by sort of breaking it down and what the hell is going on here. So understanding it. So this is the LDS Shuffle. This is the core part of it. Takes legendary plastic in, which we get from magical sources called Space Casinos, and then it goes in here, productivity modules, and in order for that it needs some iron and 3 copper. Yeah. Then also interesting that these are rare quality but legendary quality productivity modules, but rare quality everything else. That's interesting that it's designed like this. I mean, I assume that this is because I need it to be as good as possible here. Otherwise I lose something. So what happens? All of this is just being junked, so that goes out here. This is just all of the stone that's being junked. That can probably be done better with converting it into landfill and then junking it. But also needs some calcite inbound. Then out here we get the LDS, comes out on this belt here, which then goes in and gets reprocessed. And then that comes out on this belt, where it then goes in here and then filters out. The plastic goes back. This is not a good build, by the way. There's something wrong about this one. It doesn't balance very well. And then it takes the steel out. With the steel will go okay, so this will go down here into storage. This one is enabled when something is true. That means this one is true and this one is true. Yeah, okay, so this means when... Ah, right, I get it. The steel comes out here, and then it prefers to go into the stockpile. But when the stockpile is full, it'll start overflowing, and this will be junk. So this is the junk one, which just throws it into lava. But you know, like you want to throw steel into lava if you have enough. If you don't have enough copper, because otherwise it'll stop producing copper because your steel will be stuck. So I have to junk some steel if I don't have enough copper. But if I have enough copper and enough steel, then you don't junk the steel. That's why this one blocks when that's the case. And these two as well are also there, right? So that means here the copper comes in and the copper goes into stockpile, which will then go out again until other places. The one thing that I'm wondering about is I don't think I know that I won't be needing copper coming out on belts, which means that it doesn't actually have to be super fast. Like, what is the speed of this build? This is producing 14 per second. 14 per second, which then also means that it's producing when it breaks down into the raw components. Here, can I do that? No, I can't. I can do it from here. That would be 14, that would be like 29 per second and a million billion per second, right? And this one is net neutral. So we're basically, with this build here, which is kind of modest, I'm already producing 29 steel per second. Do I need more? I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think so. I think that's probably a healthy place to be. And this one has productivity 150. That is not much. That's because I haven't unlocked any of these productivity modules. Oh, that's a little bit much. Now it's at 250 and I need to get to 300. That's not it. That one. Like, it's 300,000. Thirteen times 20 million. Good to know. Now you know. So now it's at the limit with this case. But I don't think I want it to be at the limit. I think I actually want it to be like this. Because this is the level we're producing it at. And that means that there'll be a slight loss. But it will be designed to also work as legendary quality. So none of these other ones have any... if I look at the blueprint for this... Oh, right, that doesn't work. Yeah, there's no legendary things here anymore, and it's actually quite modest. So now this one will also be shorter, lower. Oh, how did this one... Oh, it increased because I increased the productivity. Yes, okay. So this one produced 21, which means like 40. Oh. Where's your FPS? I mean, that's 60-60. It's not really a big deal because it's a test game, so I don't really have anything running in my mega base. Then it's 36. I think I could get it at. Okay, so this is probably what we need in a city block, which is not too daunting, to be honest. And where do we have to get some lava here and some lava here. So we do need to start with a lava build. And let's also see if the ratio here is looking good. There's definitely a surplus. That's nice. And these don't even have any productivity because there's no reason to do productivity for this. Okay. I think this looks very simple. Which way should it go? I think it should go upwards like usual, right? So let's say that this puddle over here will be a nuke. How do we Let's build that. It takes a while. Yeah, lava from bottom is the standard, yes. But lava is... But I actually need to have a lava puddle because I need to get... No, I don't actually need to get rid of it. Oh, okay, so we don't need this build anyway. Boop. Because we can just get lava in and then we're gonna get something more clever than this. Let's start by redesigning this one. Trash and this one. Good. Then I just need, actually, then it's better to do it this way because then it's gonna come from south here. Good. That will be self-preserving. That will work, so I can do this one. Yeah. That's a pretty neat module. Done. Hey Jamjo, good evening. Long time been here live. Yes, it has been a long time. You can see you've dropped off all icons and such. Yeah, but good to see you and thank you for dropping by. Much appreciate that you're dropping by, even though it can't be as often as one might want. Then it is nice to see you here. Okay, this might actually just also be rotated, right? I know, divorce ongoing means I can't throw money at a man on Twitch. Yes, that's it. Or it means that basically all the money you throw at a guy on Twitch, half of it your now ex-wife is gonna pay. I mean, that seems reasonable. Can I squeeze it closer? Not really. She'll agree with that, but maybe worth a try. Isn't that how it goes? Like, hey, we split everything equally. If you want the house, you also got half of my subscription bonus. You get half the blueprints from this guy we're spending money on. I can't think that makes sense. Just donation alimony payment. There's no ulterior motives at all. I just think it makes sense. This will actually be coming in on... Right? The plastic is going to come in here by like this. What's hers is hers, what's mine is ours, obviously. Do you still get to keep the money you had before marriage? Or is it also split 50-50? It depends. Depends on a million things, like where you are and whatever. How good your lawyer is. Yeah, now it's even. But that's actually not really, like this is coming up from the middle, but these are going out on the side. That's not really particularly useful.
Returns. Welcome home.
Hey, Shagun, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, it's just not a nice place to have now. No, I sympathize. I've been there. Been there, but if there's any consolation, then I actually have a really good relationship with my ex-wife now, and it has been rough, but now it's actually pretty good, and we're helping each other a lot. So it is, even as dark as it seems now. It doesn't have to be dark, but it might take years, and it definitely takes a mutual effort. So I don't know if that's consolation or not. Oh, that doesn't work. It has to be down here then. And then this has to go. If we ignore that, we could probably do the same thing here. Like this. And then I could go out. Maybe. Is this both as compact as it can and as reasonable as it can? Like, does kind of take a little bit more space. And then this is the outbound. Hello, Tallman. Good to see you. Don't need prenup to save pre-marriage money. Let me check. Yeah, but not everyone lives in California. I know it's a surprise, but maybe not everyone lives in California. Not there for now. No. And yeah. I'm not saying that's possible. I'm just saying it's possible. It's not saying that it's definitely going to happen, but you know, it might be like options. Everyone don't live in California. Exactly. That's all we need to prove something that is not everyone lives in California.
Champion returns. Welcome.
Would you believe it? Yeah. I think this is a really neat design. It doesn't actually need a lot more than this. Then we just need the deconstructor, like this one. Which now I'm kind of leaning towards, maybe I could just double this and have two. And then we definitely have a lot. Dude in the park, thank you for the 21 months. Okay, so Gunther does not live in California either. So now I might actually be starting to see that we have had 2 out of 2 people who said something they have not lived in California. So as an engineer, I can now conclude that if 2 out of 2 people don't live in California, I don't think anyone lives in California. All I need is 2 points to extrapolate, and you know, as a good engineer, I can use 1 point to extrapolate. So. That helps later. I mean, we're just adding up. Now it's starting to sound very reasonable that actually no one lives in California. This has to be this close, otherwise it doesn't work.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Wyoming is a myth. Okay. Don't know what to say about that. Swimmer, live in California. Okay, so now we must conclude that some people actually live in California. Or someone's lying. Someone's lying. Maybe no one still lives in California, but it's just not. 1/6 of people live in California. All right. Like, this is a really neat build. I think it's compact. It's certainly also something that very much begs to be multiplied. This has another little issue, and that is if this one goes up, then it could actually go straight into this one. Hmm. Let me... So I'm thinking this one should actually have some filters. Actually, I don't need 2 filters because everything else will be that last one. So I'm gonna have like legendary plastic is 1 filter, and legendary steel is the other filter, and then legendary copper is the other. And then basically what I want to do is I want to say whatever, then it goes into a box, and any excess of that box goes back and gets recycled again, because then it's just not needed. Right? And steel recycles into steel, copper recycles into copper, plastic recycles into plastic. So it just means that delete the rest. How much do we want of each? Is a single box actually enough? But this won't even do, because this definitely won't suffice. From a simple fact that it's too much. Mm-hmm. Yep. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Artiscolars, have you found any viable use for using circuit logic to set splitter? No, not at all. Not a single use case. I haven't looked like intensely at it, but I just don't think that I haven't found anything. And these ones will then be actually disengaging based on the content of these boxes, not anything else. Like this. So this one can be 4,000. So if it's more than 4,000, this is just an attempt, and then we can see if it seems stupid. Which means that we can retain 4,000 of that. Here we can do the same thing but steel, and here we can do the same thing but copper, but maybe just 12,000, because that's... Doesn't this seem viable? Let's try something silly. This is just to make sure that it doesn't come in too fast. But I actually do need it in both sides, yes. Because then it comes in at 15 per second. And then we're just basically seeing, oops, there's definitely a problem back here. What we got? 3,000. So this is actually not fast enough. You can process 27, but if you can process 27, why is it not? Oh, because it's belt constrained. Ha! Crazy. Yeah, it's very much belt constrained actually. Then let's do this. Now it's plastic constrained, it seems. But there is a 4-to-1 ratio between plastic that's 5 and copper that's 20. So it should be even between plastic and copper constrained. It's also not very good at actually outputting it as proper stacks. I know this is not really what I want, but let's just get it running so that it's full belts at least. The problem with this one is that it is so absurd, like how fast it just deletes things or it produces things. So, okay, so now nothing, we get nothing out because it's just in the process of deleting down to whatever I want this to be. Oops. Yeah. Looking at the wires, it looks like you will throw away excess of any part if there's too much of it without looking at the others. Yes, that's true. This is the simple version, and it's fixed in the original version where I was looking at what actually do we have. So yes, this one will eventually get to a point where it throws everything away. So you're right. But right now we're mainly looking at throughput issues, and then only sort of after that are we going to sort of look at the next thing down the line here. We're still having issues with too much plastic, so we need to get rid of plastic faster than what we are currently doing. Oh right, I think this one also needs to be like stacked out, so it does here. That would probably be a better way to do it, so that it's get rid of that. Yes, so now it works better-ish. still has excess. No, it's actually balancing out now. Okay, there we go. And then at some point we'll also see this steel start throwing things out. And maybe we could actually take this to 8,000 just to sort of be fair to the other one. So now these two should trigger almost at the same time. Whoops. And now this one is going up, and let's say that's just like 20,000 or something. Yeah, and this definitely does not want to go in on one belt. This is a problem, yeah. This is a problem. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think it's more along the lines of something like this. Something like this. I don't know if this exact thing is right, but obviously like this. Are these? They keep processing that one, not because they, but just because they choose to ignore the other ones. Because as long as they can pick up what they have in here, they will be picking up what they have in here. That sucks. $3.2, $6.2. And this one will be 16,000. One, two, three, four. Okay, so if I move this one tile out, then it could actually be built that way. I also don't want this to be taking up too much space. Why is this stalling? Like there's something here that's not... Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So is it not picking up fast enough? Or what? Which one is not fast enough? It's the plastic that's not fast enough here. Oh, because this one is full. So now it's only picking up plastic at one of them. Until it gets to 8,000. And then they'll be exporting simultaneously. I might just be doing the same thing as this. So that it never gets involved here. But is it fast enough? I think you'd be better off not recycling through the same recyclers that handle it. Yes, you'll end up with stall issues. Yes, you're right. I think that's also what I'm seeing now, because these ones just need to be as fast as possible. It would be nice if I could have one here that could actually hit both of these. But alas, I don't think so. Maybe if I could put it here. And I have a very low belief that this is actually there. It's already up to 18,000, so these ones cannot keep up with the insanity of the recyclers here. Okay, let's do a little bit of a difference. Like that one would be here. This would be here, and then this is of no concern, so just throw this in here. So that gets these at least faster. I don't think this needs to be faster, but this up here definitely needs to be faster. which also just makes the other ones faster, but that doesn't matter. Then the question is if becomes fast enough. This can now produce, it can delete 21 per second, and this one can also delete 21 per second, but this one's not getting anything. I don't know if I could do this, or it will jam. I don't know. Honestly, no idea. This is definitely not an option, because then it will jam. But it's also not going to be as fast. What am I trying to achieve? I'm trying to achieve that I am going to get a lot of legendary items, but I'm going to get way too much legendary copper out of this. And therefore, I need to be able to delete whatever I have too much of, which will almost always be legendary copper. So I just need to fill it up into boxes, and then when the excess is, when it's greater than a certain number, then I just junk anything else. Whether that's going to be measuring the boxes or this one. And then of course I need to be in a position where I don't junk all of it. I don't think, for example, plastic, I don't think I'll ever junk it, now that I think of it. Because I am potentially net negative here. Like, at least for the first long time, I'm going to be net negative here. So that will not be the case. So it could actually just be the case of doing something like this. And then it will actually be back to, yeah, well, if there's some steel excess, then sure. But doesn't that actually get easier by just... This is also the lowest quantity. All three in assemblers for more legendary LDS? No, I wouldn't. Because then I'd rather just stop producing instead. Okay. This one I'm a little bit in doubt about whether I would want to do this, because what would be the case where we would junk the steel? Plastic has run out, maybe. We will see another Factorio DLC. Nope, I don't think so. They've kind of said that much, that they're not going to make it Factorio DLC. So now we actually have an issue, and that issue is that these ones are deleting as fast as they can, which isn't very fast. And that means the whole thing here gets stuck. So we are killed by lack of deletion capabilities for copper. Okay, so I think this design has to be rethought somehow. I think it has to be in a different way. There. These two will just fill up these boxes, and that's fine. Then I will branch out. Basically, I want... Okay, what I want is to say... Basically like this. Because that will delete the majority of the crap here. Oops. Because anything that comes in would be fine, right? Maybe we could actually do this in a little bit different way. What if we do... This would be... This should be pretty much at ratio, but now these are missing some power bolts, and if I could put this... I definitely can do this. I can do this. This can happen. I need this to be one further apart. There. Weird, but actually interesting. But now these are pretty fast out here deleting. They can, each of these can delete 21, 22. 21 and a half per second, so that's 42, that's 84 per second we can delete. Which is something. And how much is this producing? Yeah, a lot more. And how much is this one consuming? 27. And how much are you producing? 21. So this ain't it. This is not still not enough. If this was coming in at 20 per second, but it should only be coming in at 7.5 per second. Like the speed here is 15 and it's only half, so it should come in at 7.5 per second. Which should be easy to handle, right? And only two, thank you for 68. Where are quality machines and beacons and modules? Because this is what I have at the time of creation. Because this thing is how we produce legendary items. So if I'm saying, how do we produce legendary items? Oh, we do that by already having legendary items. That's why I'm producing it with the rare setup here. And then as we upgrade it to legendary, it'll be faster. Output the recyclers that same as on Forgora, the belt will always be fully stacked. Yeah, fully stacked, but I don't know if that would be better, just that it's fully stacked. Like our bottleneck is obviously the destroyers here, which is awful. And frustrating, to be honest. That it's still at this day and age that this is still the problem. Will this be better? Will it work better? I don't know. It should be. But now what is the problem? Now the problem is this belt, right? More beacons. No, it's about finding the right balance. Like obviously now this is fast enough, but we'll just see if it stabilizes or if one of the things will still be... Yeah, the funny thing is how big of an issue the deletion is. It's crazy. This is also what we found out previously, was that deletion is the problem, unless we can just throw it into lava, which might just be a better option, because the other option was just making this part of it just into a lava puddle, and then we could then just direct everything and throw it into a lava puddle, and then we can also use it for lava, and then we could, yeah, I mean that was my kind of preferred option, my initial option at least, because this is nightmarish. Like, it's flowing now, I think. Oh, right. And this is stacked. This is why. Ah, this is stacked. This is why it's so fast. I was like getting it like, why is it coming in at 7.5? It's not coming in at 7.5. It's coming in at 30 per second. This is why it's actually still filling up, because it's stacked on this belt. You can see there's 16 on this belt, so it is still stacked. How much power? Irrelevant amount of power. Who cares about power? Power is irrelevant. So yeah, but it looks like these are now working fully. No bottlenecks here. And we cannot get. So now this whole design is now constrained, as it should be, on the amount, on the speed of deconstruction. But this deconstruction is actually faster than this producing. So this build is working. Cool. Except, of course, I don't know what to do about when these fill up. One of these will fill up first, and obviously down here, I would like to get the plastic back into these two, but I don't know if I want to try that on belt. It would actually be nice to do that on belt, wouldn't it? No. Transfer acid and into metric tons of steam. Power is not an issue here. Yes. And also, like at this point, we just stamp down. Where are you? That one. This absolute beauty here. This is probably one of my nicest builds. Our nicest builds. And how much power is it? I have no idea. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. There you go. Let's see if I can see here. 3,400 megawatt of power. And it's easy to stamp down. Yeah, enough. And if it's not enough, stamp another one. So 3 city blocks is 10 gigawatts of power. Yeah. Who cares? Power is just such a non-issue. And we lost our design. Okay, so now at this point, you are consuming it faster than you are producing it. Yeah, 3.1 gigawatts, if I remember correctly. That's good, remember. Also just showed it. Anyway, I forgot to take my break, so I'm just going to take a break now. Oh, here we go. Something has stalled. That one has stalled, yes. That would actually be nicer to do this one, I guess. Then it should be. And then that means we're starting to request the steel, and it won't be. But the plastic should be net zero, or actually technically a little bit negative. So I would actually really love the plastic to go on a belt and loop back in here, which is not so easy because there's not enough room for it. Or more likely this, I've jammed everything else so tight that there's no room for that line. Because right now all the plastic, which is 29 per second, has to fly from here to here, and that's just not great. So if I could build this over here and then only do the supplement, that would probably be nicer. And this one taking one more row isn't really a big deal. So, yeah. Anyway, you could come from the north side of the build on the underground where the boxes are. Yes. Like that one. Go. Would you say breaches the "you will never need more than this ever" mark? I have no idea. I don't know. So plastic comes in easier. Yeah, that's, I mean, we can shuffle things around. Let's do that after the break. So, be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining. Alright, welcome back. Creating copper cable and deleting that. No thanks. That's just worse. Because it creates more items. Then it's more items that need to be deleted. So no thanks. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we have some modules and they can be combined. Whether we do it by belts or not is a minor detail. We'll figure that out. What I think the bigger picture, we need to do like the big decisions first, and then as we sort of make the big decisions, we turn it smaller. So one thing we could do, hey, Arthur Den, thank you for the 83 months. That's glorious. Thank you so much for that. I think that what the big decision I need to do is either we continue down the path of deleting through recyclers, or we switch to deleting by lava puddle. If we delete by lava puddle, they get a lot of other benefits. Like we can just lead in the lava puddle, but the disadvantage is that we take some space for making a lava puddle of decent size. It also kind of means that if I wanted to have 2 of these builds in one block, then I don't know if I have space for it with a lava puddle. But I also don't think I have space for it if I need to double this build here, because this is roughly equivalent to this. So, you know, there isn't really room for 2 of these builds here. For both, so you can quickly depend on the momentary need and availability. No, I don't. I'll decide which one is my direction, and then I'll design that one. I decide which one is the best according to my priorities, and then that's the one we go with. I'm not going to be maintaining and building 2 different designs that are doing the same thing, just in slightly different ways, because one of them will be better according to my priorities. So that's why. So I don't want to be spending twice as much time on one design and maintaining 2 versions and debugging and all that stuff. So like this is fast enough from a copper perspective, but it's not great from any other perspective, to be honest. If we did the lava puddle idea, how do I blow it up then? Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you. Some of these, and a rocket launcher, I guess. So many rocket launchers. Spidertron, 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 and normal rocket launcher. I can't remember how I teleport from different location to other location. Hey, it's a 404. Thank you for the gift sub. First gift sub of the month. You are the leaderboard. You are owning the leaderboard. Amazing. What are they? Do flex that. It's 404. Even though you are lurking, then do flex that leaderboard. There, look at that. Oh, you're not. You don't have the leaderboard icon there, but you should have. Well deserved. And I'm sure you're going to be retaining it all month. Is there a way to teleport to another location? Because I kind of need to be in an editor mode. And if I'm out of editor mode, I land here. Hey, Random Max, thank you for the 73 months. On a 12-month streak. Took a break a year ago. Okay, oh, we are 1 event away. No, we're, yeah, 1 event away from a hype train. Ursula, thank you for the 57 months. Thank you so much. Because if I jump on over, then I can't. Do I really have to fly? Like some plebe? Well. Hey, Grundig, thank you for the 60 months.
Illustrious champion returns.
Keep the lead with a single gift. I hope you won't keep the lead either, but, you know. We don't know. We don't know. Ooh, it's Birdman. Thank you for the 10 gifties. Okay, so now there's at least that. Trash unrequested.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Oh, there they are. Ha! We just missed all of the robots. Damn.
A new
And
subscriber.
Urcharok also with the 10 gifties. Thank you so much. Nice.
Determination.
So we are 2 claimants to the leaderboard. And it's a 404 still on the 3rd place.
Subscriber arrives.
Well done.
It fills you with determination. A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
This one's coming.
A new subscriber arrives.
Funny how it goes one by one. It's 404. Yeah, you're owning the leaderboard now. Funny how it's only
A new
going to
subscriber.
10. It should be going to 11.
We are building an army.
Why is that thing here?
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
No spaceship in orbit. And you? Come on, get in here. Faster.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Funny how it goes one by one. Is the TH Birdman one that somehow got split into one by one?
A new subscriber
Anyway,
arrives.
we're halfway towards a level
Fills you
3.
with determination.
And remember, from the good old days, if we get to a level 5, then we get a bonus hour today.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
And almost there. So if you're sitting on a prime, or if you're have a sub that has renewed from
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
not randomly but periodically, then you can join on in and join in this glorious little train.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Looking good. This ship is still alive. That's always nice that it just flies back and forth. And if anyone has any ideas or for games that we should play that seems to be sort of within our niche, that's new and exciting games, then let me know. I'd be happy to jump on in. This one should now be, you should be drop off at Volcanus. There. Suppling Rocket Silo worth it? Nope, not at all, because Rocket Silo spends 23 seconds on the animation, so that cannot be sped up at all, so it's completely useless to do that. You can reach the maximum by just a single beacon, though. Speed beacon or speed module, so no need to upgrade that at all, except for sort of sense of completion, but then you could start by upgrading all your belts to legendaries first as well. I tried Adaptory, but it's currently a little more than the demo. Okay. Yeah, I think there are too bad games. Not that I know if this is bad, but I just look at games and go like, I just don't really think that this is, like, it's a good idea, but you clearly don't have the resources to put enough into it to really make it a game that's worth playing. And that's a shame, because games that have like a team behind it, Factorio, Dyson Sphere, Factory, Star Rupture, Foundry, like they just become better games, obviously, than just like one person who has an idea. Any chance that they will, no, No matter what you think, then no. Then they're done with the game. They're not going to change anything, so nothing is going to happen. They're not going to do subtle changes to things like that. I can't imagine. Maybe they do, but I wouldn't count it. Oh, that looks like the train is dead. 30 seconds, so last chance to get in the train and help us keep it going. Alright, we're just going to babysit this one so it comes back and becomes happy. They're still working on 2.1. Do you think that that's something they would change in 2.1? Like, why would they change that? It's been like that for 10 years. Why would they change it suddenly? Thank you for the hype train. Lancel, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
A new subscriber arrives.
Would you touch DSP soon or wait till next update? I really would like to wait till next upgrade. But on the other hand, man, the next update is so far away that it just feels like such a disappointing thing. I think it's more likely that I would play Satisfactory than it is that I would play Dyson Sphere. I think, even though I think Dyson Sphere is more fun, but just because Satisfactory will never see any changes, but Dyson Sphere will see some changes. So I'd rather be sort of saving myself for Dyson Sphere rather than... Okay, what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to shoot something. Man, we're slow. And now to something completely different. Editor. Oh, this did not really... Why did this not get rebuilt? Oh, it's getting rebuilt. Okay, cool. That was a little odd. Played for both games. I tune in for either, even if you to replay with new content. Thank you. Yeah, this is not... It was not like the greatest idea anyone has ever had. But I don't understand why they didn't get... like, why are they not ghosts? Like, why is this not a ghost? Like... It's weird. Of course, the stuff that I don't have on this map that got deleted. There. So now there's nothing that's not working. So, yeah, we dug a hole. So if we go for this option, let's take this copy and put it over here because we need it, but it just gets a lot simpler if I can take this out. Six plus 9 plus 9, that's okay, that's because it's... 133. So we do need some. How's this? Okay. There. Right, so we have a way to delete this. And then how would this look like? I'm gonna be extending this a little bit because I want to be able to bring things in on Could I spread it out a little bit? Like what if I just did like this? Not really. It still needs this part here. I'm just thinking if I could. You go here and you go maybe like this. No. For example. But then the question becomes, where would I get stuff inbound? Then I would be like, too far. It's not really that practical. Though I could take this one further over and then it would be, this could be plastic, for example, inbound. Then I'd much rather do it like, oops. Yes. It doesn't work here. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, no matter what. Damn. I'm just trying to find a way to get the plastic back in here. And then that would be fine, but what about the other one? It's not great, right? This would then be the plastic inbound. Quick question, how useful is the base in the book from before the space age? I need to repatron as soon as possible. Repatron. I don't think it is as useful because I have changed all of my designs to be on a smaller city block size. So now I'm using a 50 by 50 city block, and the old base in the book was 100 by 100 city block. So if you start by working on 100 by 100 city block, then you switch over to using the new blueprints, which also includes, of course, the novice base, which is much smaller, much more compact. Then you can't use these designs because they don't fit on the same grid. So I think that it's better to use the new ones because all the new ones will be designed on a 50 by 50 city block grid. But of course I would say that, right? I think it's better to get the output upwards, right? And then, yeah. Yes. I think it's better that this is the inbound and this is the outbound. Plastic. Because then I can also take this and put it right there, which I think is valuable. And then that we get here. This is then I'd have already sorted my patron, but house needs some GSC after my kitchen floor fell through. Yeah, I think with all due respect, then I would say that maybe a kitchen floor is a little bit more important than blueprints and supporting a random dude online. I would definitely accept that as a reasonable... Okay, so we don't have things inbound now. Yeah. What is the purpose of this module? To create LDS to scrap it instantly? No. It is to create legendary LDS, but not to create legendary LDS, but to create... this is the LDS shuffle, so it is... The purpose is to create as much steel and copper as we need. But the problem is that we get 10 times as much copper and steel, so we're probably going to be junking a lot of the copper. We're probably not going to be junking a lot of the steel. So there's that. So therefore I need a way to sort of, yeah, capture this in a reasonable manner. So this is like the junk. This is... and the plastic will, on average, will be consumed back here. So that's good. But it's not guaranteed that that's the case. So I'm going to need to have some kind of buffer so that sometimes it gets too much, sometimes it's not enough. That means we need to have a buffer. I think that might actually a... How much is this using? This is using 29, so it's a non-trivial amount, I would say. Like this. This will be legendary plastic. I want 4,000 here. No, I want to request 1,000 here. But I don't want any more than 4,000. Right? And then I'm going to bring in from here the plastic.
More shall gather.
Ooh, thank you, Shen
shall enter the
Techno.
fray.
Good evening and welcome. See, now this has another problem, that this is not actually available to the logistics network. But actually it shouldn't be. This should not be available to the logistics network. This should be strictly for reprocessing this. I don't want it to be available, actually, now that I think of it. Yeah, so that brings it over here. And that gets it up to 1,000, and then it's happy. Process. Good. Oh, right, that's completely incorrect. Ha! These should be the other way around. So this will be steel. Right, so how much steel do we want? And if the steel is full, then I should just stop it, right? I think I'll just do this. So as we look at this now, then it becomes also, for me at least, pretty obvious that I could double this. If we can make it work reasonably. So let's try to make it work. Now, we don't care about the spacing of this right now. It's all about just getting rid of it. Yeah? So we just need this to be empty. Just get rid of it. Good. Why is this not fast enough? Is there space for your combinator magic to... Oh, right. Yeah, that's actually true. I'm just inclined to say that we will never run out of copper. Like, as long as we have these 2 boxes full of copper, I'm not going to need any more. Right? Then the only thing... Yeah. I just don't believe I'm going to run out of copper. Now the next question is, does this... So it's clearly not fast enough right now, and it's because of the lack of plastic consumption here. Because I want to make sure that I can actually let the plastic will flow. So now the plastic is flowing. Good. I think this one should just junk it if it gets too high, and the other one should just always be there, right? Or is that a different matter? Or I could skip. I could just do like really simple. Because this one will always empty by itself. This one, I'd like this to get to 100, but it might not. No, it doesn't work. It has to be like one of these, because I need to make sure that if it goes above a certain amount. I don't want to request anything, but I want to say if it gets more than 4,000, just throw it out. The problem with one request and one... No, because then if there's one request and one supplier, there'll be a... So, nope. Yeah, buffer chest, I know. I was thinking the same thing. But I don't like the idea. But let's I think I don't like the idea because I don't understand what buffer chests do. So let's pretend that I understand it. So buffer chests. Buffer chests, you are going to request, but you're only going to request... So this requests, but it doesn't request some other buffer chests. Yeah, okay. So I think that's probably fine. But this doesn't trash anything. It needs to also trash. But what's the difference between this? No, because now another requester could... No, it couldn't grab this unless I check the box. Request any external legendary into the system if it's too low, or supply it if it's over. Yeah. And then we do this so that they don't request from each other, I guess. So now this is actually working at a steady state. What about... Is it more than enough belt? The question is this... Are these all working? Yes. Because the belt is full. So everything is working and... Yeah, okay. Now, I could mirror this and then have the puddle in the middle. I think that would actually be easier. Because then I can just have two lines, converge the lines, go in, and then they basically have two boxes of steel. Now, this has a deficit of plastic, so they will lose plastic over time. The reason why it loses plastic over time is because this doesn't have the full 300% productivity bonus. It only has 264, so it will not be stable unless I get, or until I get the legendaries in here. This also would mean that I could... Okay, I don't know what you are, but I'm gonna be doing this. So I need to make a lava puddle. Another lava puddle. It's interesting that it's... No, it is 4 high. Okay, so that is... But this is 5. So why is the hole it makes only 4? Like, how does that work? And this is also 12 wide. Like, this is nice and all, but I need to figure out the 12 wide where that goes. So this thing here is the middle. And then that's... One, two, three. From the middle. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. So if I want it to be down here, but not explode that one. It's 5, 1, 2, 3. That would maybe get us the right location. Let's see if it's the middle. Yeah, as much as... This is as middle as it gets. Oh, I am here, so I could actually just do nukes, but nukes you can't blueprint a nuke, so I can actually do a blueprint, stamp it down, and then you can wait, explode it, and then it will be exactly the right place, and that's what I want. So we are looking at blueprintable things. This is how I did it for... Somewhere. Oh, Megabase. Megabase. Megalicious. Megabase. See, Lava Maker for military. And I do also have another one that's Lava Maker. Times the exact tile you want with a nuke is hard. Exactly. So, and that's another thing. Plus, you need a nuke on Volcanus, which is not really something you have, but this can be shipped but you'd have to build the nukes. Interesting that something is being picked up here. Oh, look at that! They're picking up the rocket turret. Huh? Why? I don't know. This will take some time. Turn to rocket turret plus 1 nuke, then do the ship trick of an inserter with an egg in it. Hatch there though, reactor is by far simplest. Yeah, the other one would also like have to wait 15 minutes for the biter to hatch. So this is shorter, even though you sort of have to wait until it sets here and then, yeah. I think I want to take a save before because I want to place it the right place here. I want this to be in the middle. So right before we blow it up. And is it 900? Can you ship artillery nukes? There's no such thing as artillery nukes. So, no. That's a modded thing. There's just artillery. Yeah, so this thing here could definitely be compacted a little bit and then make 2 of those turn it inwards. By time, or you need to always explode. I need to explode it. Or bite or eat it. But could the heating process be sped up by heating towers? No. Well, yeah, maybe. But I could also just speed up the time. That would be easier in this case, which I forgot about. But it's now almost there. I think it's 800, right? Need to get there. Oh, 900. Okay. And it's 900. That would have been a lot easier to do. So let's just take a save here. And then go out of editor mode. Oh, I'm still already half dead, so... Let's see if this is aligned perfectly. Seems like it, but it's somehow further up than I had hoped. Yes, so it is aligned correctly. That's nice. Could move it 3 tiles down if I wanted it 3 tiles down, but I think this is actually nice. Oh, sorry. And the seafloor plump. Whoop. Hold on, that's not even close to enough. They need a lot of these. And yes. There you go. Somehow that works, but the other thing didn't work. So, should we try it? There's something missing. That one. Unintentional dab. No, that's not very intentional dab. That's not an unintentional dab. If it was unintentional, I probably wouldn't have an emote for it. Yeah. Like this. Power's okay. Everything gets covered by the power, so that's good. Where do you get plastic for seating? That's the starting cutscene from StarCraft Brood War, where it's like, where's the backup? And then the battle cruiser comes in. See, I kind of want to make a novice bioflux recipe that uses the spicy green rocks. Spicy green rocks. Yeah, well, okay, well. Ah, it's not covered, no! And now it is. Yeah, so doing this so that there's one, or maybe we should just have two. I don't know what makes the most sense, but at least we can sort of do it like this. Don't know if that doesn't really make sense if I'm not putting it into one box. I'm also just having 4 of these boxes of uselessness, but yeah. Here's another alternative to this. But now it doesn't, this comes out on 2 sides, but I would need it to be only on one side. And the same side as this one puts it, because this one would only put in when the other one doesn't fill. Yeah, that's actually, could be something like this. Yep, like this then, right? So some of it goes into this box and then gets filled in. The other one goes in here. So this one will only be like a extra, to only be extra when the other one doesn't go. So would this be, I would priority that side. I guess that could work. I'll try that. I don't know if I would want to try it on both sides. I guess I do. And then the initial seed will just be, for our purposes, just be crafted here. It's a nice, like, it uses the block without being super crowded. And yeah, seems good. But it doesn't work. Why does it not work? It doesn't get any lava inbound. Because I'm filling it in the wrong place. I am unbelievably stupid. Unbelievably stupid. Damn. Oh, no. No. Okay, so they have to be like this. And then it could be that. 3,200. That's not even enough. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's enough. Cool. Oh, and this doesn't work unless I also fill this in, because they can't go under lava. So be careful. Yes. No. Oh, there's lava in this one. Why is the lava in this one? There shouldn't be. Okay. This is working, but somehow not fast enough. Why not? Because you're not getting anything. Why are you not getting anything? Because this one didn't get changed. There. Okay, so these are now done, and this is now full in a second, I guess. It's positive, so why are we not getting the positive numbers? Because this is not fast enough. And this one doesn't work because it's fine. Okay. Let's see if this is fast enough. Nope. Okay, so this is fast enough. Yes. Now it's saturated. This one is always getting something inbound. So let's see, is everything working? These are working, yes, these are working, yeah. And okay, I think we're good. Of sucking up lava that's getting more and more copper and stone rich, and yet the iron production is unchanged. It must be a lava pool that connects underground to all of us. It is. It is, because you can't go under it with underground pipes or underground belts, so it must go infinitely down. Okay, do we like it? I think so. There's something here that could be better. I think this would be better. So then I could get you from here to here. And then I wouldn't need to do all of this crap. It would be like this. And I think that's safer because then I don't accidentally... Oh, okay. Oops. Oh, you went one further back. Ooh. That's not great. That is not great. There? Yes. Okay, so that died. Why did it die? Oh, because it was just getting that one got emptied. I'm kind of leaning towards getting a little bit further north, but we also have more issues now. And that, oh, look at this. Is that getting close to a full belt? Not really. Like all the way through, this is greater than here. So we have a net positive of molten. Then if we look at this one, yes, oh, what? Ah, right. Let's look at this one. I'm producing 21, and these ones are consuming 27. So it's all good. Now, I would like to know if this also works if we made the whole thing legendary. And then we'll see if we need to make some changes if it turns legendary, when that works. Skip time? Oh, right, of course. Thank you. Use our time skip. What are your thoughts on the BC shuffle? I don't know what a BC shuffle is. Mostly solid, so you can... Do you lads last play? Sorry, don't know what that means. Blue circuit? Oh, it's not a shuffle. It's an upcycler. That's what we want to do, but we can't do it until we have done it's significant work to sort of assume that we can make things legendary. So... yeah, BC Blue Circuit. It's like, that's abbreviation to a name that it doesn't even have. So, yeah. Boop, boop. Okay, you should be good. Yes. And editor. Oops. It happens. Hmm? Oh, that's interesting. Let's not do that. Let's actually go back to editor mode and then paste it in here. Of course. There. But does this mean that this is actually not a viable place for it to be built? Because if this doesn't get placed with a blueprint, then it doesn't work. Then I need to shunt the whole thing a little bit up. But that's okay. I'll do that. I was kind of wondering that I'd want to put the whole thing a little bit up. Maybe this is actually the best place to do that. So I would do this part. I go, okay, so this is actually the ideal place to put it, right? This is like as middle as possible, like this. And if I want to place it here, then I need 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles higher. So that means I do this one, but then I take you out and we'll do there. Reactor explosion, or can it just be a nuclear rocket? It can be a nuclear rocket too, but I can't make a blueprint of a nuclear rocket, and I can't make it accurate location. Then I'd have to sort of point and click and maybe hit, maybe miss. Therefore I use this, because this is guaranteed to be in the right spot, and I can make a blueprint of it. Run away! Like this. I like it. Not actually a good place, because when I take a blueprint, then I won't get what I need here. Okay, let's do this. And then we're going to be finding the legendary here. That's the downgrader, so that's not it. Okay, we also still have some things that are not placed correctly, so let's make sure that those get filled in. You know, it's probably easier just to do this one. And that should get us everything sorted here. Good. Until we nuke it next time. Let's build this one. That's the upgrade from blue to... Problem with this is that I don't know what is being upgraded and what is not being upgraded. Yeah, so what does not get upgraded is these ones. From you to you. Yeah. And also legendary power poles? Yes. Oh, legendary from that one to that one. And from to this one. Oops. Again. Yes. Do we also get to legendary offshore pumps? Yes, I think so. We actually need to get legendary offshore pumps as well. From any quality to legendary. Actually nicer to do this. Not for all of them, for some at least. Okay, so now let's go through it and see. What fast forward to heat up faster? That's just what we did. When the 100% achievement guide? Never. Underground right side of the lava field. Maybe that's an old comment. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Now things are stacking and stuttering a little bit here. We can see that it's stuttering a little bit. Let's go through it and on either side and see where we are. So this part is producing something. It is probably producing too much. Yeah, output full. Oops. So yeah, so if we could make this into legendary, we can't actually make it on a single belt here. It's also interesting, we could honestly do something like this. No, it has to be like this copied. There. And then that would help. Now this is no longer saturated, this is no longer... Okay, so we fixed one thing. Good. Yep. Oh, you're not fast enough for this. Good. I thought, what about using quality silos to wash ingredients? 2 machines can churn a lot of crap that way. To wash ingredients? The ratio is balked, but it's gonna accept a lot of things. It's definitely. Yeah, you're not working. Why are you not working? Ah, there's a... There. That was what was hinted at, that there was an underground. Yes, underground under lava here. Yeah, good spot. And these are not working at all. Why not? Ah, okay. Huh. Off we go again. Okay, so let's see. This is positive, and now I'm producing 70 per second. This one can now consume 77, but it's also outputting pretty much 2 full belts. And it's gonna jam into 2 full belts here, so it's not gonna work. That means it would actually be better to just, if I wanted to have something that's upgradable, then I would have to get it down here like this. Which isn't really a big deal. Like, I can get that. So now it actually is still at ratio. That's interesting. It's a little bit difficult to see if this belt is empty. Output full, output full. This should be output full. These ones, they should gradually empty because this is 70 and this one is 77. So yeah. So basically this is, I think this is a really good build. Like it's a very simple, not simple actually. And it's not a cursed design at all. We could actually have made it a cursed design, but I think it's not really worth it to make it cursed. This one is not outputting because it's not consuming fast enough, but yeah, you can't output fast enough. Ooh, is there a problem? Like, this is outputting. Is this more than... No, this is less than 420, which is... Oh, yeah, okay. I know what the problem is. So this is technically less than 2 full belts. But only if everything is always stacked. And it's not. This one does not get stacked. So this one can't output because this is not completely stacked. So if I could force it into being stacked, then it would work. But if I want to force this into being stacked, then I'd have to use the stack inserter. And each of these are simply outputting so much that I don't think a single stack inserter can keep up. I would like to try though, but it's gonna mess up with all the ratios here. Oof. Okay, well, let's start on this side. That would have to be 2 tiles out. And then we do the design that we have on Fogora at least. I don't know if we have it anywhere else, but we have it on Fogora. Here, this one. Recycles into wagons. That's... Oh, then I'd have to get him closer, so it could Ah, god damn it. You're so right. But it would have to take this one out. Ah, curse you and your... no, it doesn't work, because now I can't get these two closer. So let's try this one first. And then we have all sorts of problems out here, because I just don't have space for this, what I need to do now. Let's do this one. And then what? Okay, so now I have to fit this in. This might be the easiest one to fit in. Does it work? No, it does not. It does not. Maybe if I did it the other way around. Then what? That would be like this. And then we have to figure out a way to... And then that would be plastic. It's actually looking like it's working. And the question is whether it can actually keep up. Oh, these also need to be upgraded because these are too slow. So this is on the legendary one. There. Now it should be faster. Now they can actually fit up. Right side is balked. Ah, yes. This is empty. This one, not so empty. But that question is, can it empty itself? Because now we're looking at this one. This is now a full belt outbound. 2 solid, pretty much solid belts outbound. So that would, to me, indicate that it's starting to work through the stockpile here. This is 2.4, and this one is 3.5. Yeah, this one's full. This is maybe down here? Yes. Need to make sure this will just always flow. This is such a nice silly build. Okay, so now the belts are not the constraint. The copper belts are not the constraint, because it was previously the unloader into lava that was a constraint. It's no longer. Now the constraint is, well, we have to see if these are going up or going down. This is still going up. That's not good. We're going to leave it some time just to see. For example, let's see. This is consistently empty with no signal because this box is empty. Which would, to me, say that this is going to be busy. And hopefully can also remove this. Like, as long as this belt is emptying, is completed, then it's good, right? But I don't know if it can ever empty this box, because this box is first to fill and last to exit. Oops. Or is this one? Yeah, okay. Speed time. It's just really difficult to see anything except sort of, is it going down? Not really. Because now this one is starting to work a little bit, and then it gets stuck. There's also the question if just, it might work even though this one is jammed, because this is the first to fill and the last to empty. So as long as both of them sort of activate sometimes, then it can still keep up. Because this doesn't seem to be emptying at all. What now? This one? Okay. We're gonna do something else. Oops. Crap on the ground. I don't want to lose this one. Man. I'm losing it if I click. Okay, let me try that. Yes, it works. What? Why is it not items on ground? Why is this not working? Isn't it items on ground? What am I missing? Whitelist? Editor mode, yeah, but editor mode shouldn't have anything to do with that. I've used all the other blueprints and works in editor mode, so why wouldn't this one work? Fuck. That did not work. There we go. Re-established. Let's see. Then we also get a chance to get it back and see what happens here. If these fill up. Quality? Again, items on ground doesn't specify quality, but Oh yeah, it actually, yeah, it is. It was. It probably was items on ground. Yep. Only normal quality items on ground was picked up. What do you know? Yeah. So what we'll see is that I can't see my cursor. This box will gradually fill up, and I don't think we can prevent that. And the same with this box. But on the other hand, what we're also seeing is that this one is idle sometimes. And the fact that this is idle means that it has extra capacity. The extra capacity just goes first into the other one. So it's like there are 4, and the first ones get filled first and then gradually emptied. But it's not the first one that also gets emptied first. So the buffer will be filling up and be stuck, and then it will lose the capacity, but the other 3 will still be able to pick up the capacity, and then it'll work fine. So it should work fine. That is an awful lot of extra weird connections, right? Oh, that's because they're legendary, so they get all sorts of odd connections here. Yeah. Okay, this is pretty aggressive. But let's also just think about, like, what does this do actually? This is producing no legendary steel. What? No legendary steel. Why does it not produce any legendary? What? Why does it not produce any legendary steel? Isn't that weird that it says 0? Maybe that's maybe a rounding thing. Ah, yes, I know why. It's because this recipe, if I look at the recipe here, no. Yeah, it's a 0 to 1 steel plate, so it goes like, oh, that must be 0, or 0.5, and then it gets truncated and then multiplied, and then it's 0 multiplied. This looks like 3x MP. Oh, it's not. It's just legendary. Yeah. So I think this design is done, to be honest. Then of course we take this design and then migrate it down to the to this part, to the rare quality, so that the rare quality will also work. So the rare quality, that'll still work if we do the things that the edits here, like the stack things, but it'll just also be easy to upgrade, which is nice. Yay! Awesome! Mission achieved. Whew. And this is a really nice build. So actually, let's see how much we're making. We're making 141. 141, and each of these deconstruct into half a steel. So it's going to be 70 steel per second. So we're making 70 legendary steel per second. Of course, this costs nothing. Actually, nothing. It costs 177 plastic per second, but that's net negative, net 0. But it will sort of balance out here. Now sometimes it's a little bit positive, and sometimes it'll be a little bit negative. Anyone else notice the smoke change direction when you cut and paste it up? No, that's interesting, did it? Ha! No, I didn't know. Are we moving the asteroid recycling? Is this still happening? We have heard one comment by one developer 3 months ago saying that they expect to remove it. That's it. So how much weight do we put into this? Maybe they've been sort of oh, wait a minute, don't go out and say this because people are responding to it and it's causing a huge fuss and we haven't decided it, so let's back off. Or maybe they'll be like, yeah, we just kind of sort of planned it out there, and then people can sort of like sort of amend to it. It feels a little bit like reading in tea leaves or reading ancient scriptures and sort of trying to decipher what is meant, and because we have so little information that we're sort of like, oh, this, if we overanalyze this, then that means. So I'm gonna make it because we don't know when 2.1 comes out, and until then, hey, done. You got all the legendary steel you want. Done, 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 done. Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, they change direction once in a while. I think that's nice. Yeah. Yeah. So, because there's an atmosphere. Yeah. Before we go on to the next one, which I think will be a space casino. So I want to make a space casino that's built on rare quality, but can also work for legendary quality. That's going to be a little tricky, and I think that what we already have is pretty good, but it does have some pretty glaring flaws. Building upcycling, undergrounds, and other stuff versus a casino. That's the thing, right? What you may say that, but one does not supersede the other. You cannot make a casino that makes legendary tungsten, so you're gonna have to do the legendary upcycling anyway for the tungsten plates. But how fun is it to do legendary upcycling of iron and of copper and of steel? And then that might not be so interesting. So the casino gets us as much iron and plastic, coal, plastic, calcite, which is stone, as we need. So it's not like everything we get from the space casino anyway. We get iron, coal, and then subsequently plastic. We get calcite and then subsequently stone. That's all we get from the casinos, actually. All right, I leave legendary sulfur, but who cares? So for me, I think that you can also say you could also get like copper, but why would you get copper when you have the LDS shuffle? Steel, why would you get do that if you get LDS shuffle? Carbon, yeah, carbon also, but again, not really used too much. What are you actually needing carbon for? I don't know. I don't really know what we need carbon for. We find somewhere that has carbon. I don't know where we can find something that involves carbon. We can backtrack back from this one. So carbon is used in this one. Yeah, that might be potential because we get the tungsten ore. Carbon fiber. Yeah. Legendary carbon fiber. We'll do that another way. Nope. 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 So we don't really need carbon for anything in legendary quality. Not in significant quantities, at least. So it is primarily the iron and the coal and therefore also plastic and calcite into stone, which I don't think is too bad. Yeah, you also get sulfur, not needed, copper, superseded by LDS shuffle, and ice. I don't know what you need ice for. And I think that I don't know what you need ice for. I really don't. I think you should just abolish ice. It would be much simpler for everyone if that was the thing. So, don't know what you need ice for. On that note, we're gonna take a short break. So be back in 2 minutes. Alright, we are back. Okay, so, spaceship you say? Okay, let's think. I think, therefore I am. Which is actually funny, like... Now I'm not a particular philosophy buff, but isn't that always how it goes? Descartes' I think therefore I am is, and do correct me if I get this wrong, which is usually sort of said like in a sense that, oh yeah, I think therefore I am, so I must be. But it was more about, like, he was basically saying nothing is real, everything is a simulation. We don't know anything about anything that exists. It could just be like sensory input. Like, it's much easier to comprehend now when we can sort of imagine virtual reality, but I don't know how he imagined it. Like a figment of imagination, like what is real? And nothing was real. And so the only thing he ended up concluding was that he could say that his mind was real because he was thinking. He could think the thought that I am thinking. So because he could think that, he could conclude that ergo I must be real, or my consciousness must be real. And then that was the foundation, the first thing. And then from there, he was convinced apparently that he could derive everything else in existence from that, which is a little bit of a stretch. But like, okay, nothing is real. You don't know if anything is real. And then you come to the conclusion that, well, the fact that I can think, then that must make my consciousness real. So at least there's something that's real, my consciousness. And then the next obvious thing at that time was, then that must mean God is real. And then you go downwards from there, in terms of sort of logical fallacies. But I think it's an interesting concept of just going like, okay, we don't know anything about anything, so let's just scrap everything and then just rebuild the foundation from the ground up and figure out what we actually know. And then starting with, I am real. Because I think. New space platform! Woo! Well, a deceiver may be controlling perceptions. The mere presence of thoughts or being deceived indicates we still exist to have those deceived thoughts. Yes. Yeah. Just the mere fact that I'm thinking and can formulate my thoughts, it means that there must be something. But, you know, it's interesting. But I like the Monty Python version of it. I drink, therefore I am. That's still one of my favorite sketches. I may have many favorite Monty Python sketches, and people who can reference Monty Python sketches get fewer and further between, and less hair on their head and more gray in their beards. Consider have a ChatGPT at 2 in the morning. Probably like that. Let's build us a new platform. I don't have any... There is space. Oops. Rare. Oh, no, it's called a space casino. Space casino. Rare. I'll build it over hours. There. And we'll force it. Good. Hello, Space Casino. How are you doing? I need to do this. Oh, ooh. Huh? There you go. Okay, so there are some principles that we will just easily copy from the old build. And that is wider is better. Was your old upcycling platform optimized for UPS size and insert numbers? No, it was kind of, I designed it and then I built it and then I realized problems and then I just kept tweaking it and it worked really well. but there were also some things that kind of got stuck sometimes, and I couldn't really understand, and it was not really built at ratio, and it, you know, there was a lot of things. The first lesson of not being seen, not to stand up. However, he has chosen a very obvious piece of... Yep. Okay, so now we need... Recycler. Boop, boop. Boom. Yeah, actually we have that there. And no, it's not recyclers we need. It's that's the whole point, is that it is crushers. Right? Yes. And they will... This is the base idea. And as far as I can tell, I like the idea of having things on the inside belt and then outputting it again. Yes, like this. Why you know power? I guess this is the basic idea. And then... what is the chance? It's only 8% quality. Ugh, that's not good. What is the legendary form here? Ugh, disappears. So it goes up to 12.4. Yeah, but we have to make do with this first. I think, therefore I am, yes, we went there, that it's better to design it for legendary quality and then just have it perform poorly in the beginning rather than the other way around. Because otherwise I design it in the wrong sort of... then I will design it with not enough capacity on the belts. So this is our basic premise. And let's see, how much does this take? Oh yeah, this is also weird. Like, why do you have to be so weird? There. Now this is just a net loss no matter what we do, but it's a net loss of everything in the same ratios. So I think we have several options here. Like, the one way that I'm doing it is I am hit right first, then downgrade to build rare, upgrade, fix bottlenecks, then downgrade again. Yes, what? Rather to build it right, then downgrade, than to build rare, upgrade, fix bottlenecks, and downgrade. Yes, exactly. That's why we're building it like this. So this is a module. The problem with this module is, how much does this consume? Like, how much can we input here, and how much are we getting output here? So basically, if we're looking at this non-stack things, that would mean that maximum we can put on this belt is 30 inbound. So how many of these blocks can we do in order for us to consume 30 per second? Like, that's such a weird thing, because you'd think that it is here. If you look at it, that it's like, oh, this is consuming, let's say 1.5. So we would need to have many of these, right? Okay, so 20 of these modules could consume a full belt, except that's the net rate. But we actually have 1.8. The maximum rate here is all this coming in, and then it goes out. And some will, of course, recycle here, so it never sort of breaks this unit, but we still need to be able to put it out. On the other hand, you can also say that I'm putting out on the outside, so that should be enough, right? I think what we need to do is we need to make a realistic inserter that can put in equal amounts of these three. And I think that's important to do first. And then we need a 1, 2, 3 splitter. 3 to 1. I wonder if this works with side loading. And there's no guarantee that we are actually getting things in at even ratios either. And if I do this, it's completely even, so this is fine. Okay, so we can trust this. Then the question is, what about if I only set it out on one belt? Does that still work? Yes, 28 of each. Okay, very good. So we now have a belt that's coming in here. It's completely even. Yeah, it's also, unfortunately, there. Now it's even. So this is 4, and I have no idea if this is enough or too much. Let's actually see this. So this, yeah, it's definitely a lot that still flows through. Let's get just quality here. So basically what we can see is that this is definitely not enough to consume a full belt. Let's see if this is enough to consume a full belt. Or a full half belt, actually. No, still not. Like, there's still significant amount. Why are we planning to... any confirmation they are going to be staying? No, there's no confirmation they're going to stay, but there's also no confirmation that they're gone. So, since we don't know, we've not heard anything about when it's coming out, then why not? No one comes to look back for testing? Yes, also that. But I just want to see if we can... Like, it won't be 100% because there can also be, like, this one. No matter if this one is outputting, whatever this outputs, it won't be getting that. So let's just kind of do some different experiments. So this is one way, but this has the disadvantage that it kind of flows that way. But there's another way that we could do this, and that is... There's a lot of crap that flows through. That's still a lot of crap. Like, that awful lot of crap, honestly. How many is this? 50. Yeah, I think 60 was the number I was looking for previously, so... Yeah. Hoping it'll stay. Yeah, I honestly think that if I'm... I don't think it's as broken as it was previously seen, because if we look at it like this, I made an overlay here, right? So all of these things are the ones that has to be made in legendary quality in order for us to be able to do anything, right? I don't even know if this one is even counting as has to be legendary. I don't even think so. And the only things that we get easily from space with space continues is the coal, the iron, and the calcite. That's it. So out of all of these items, there's only 3 of them that we get easy. Like, we also get these 2 easy. Actually, these easy, but it still requires the coal. So, yeah. Low power. Oh, good point, good point, good point. Good, good, good. Oh, very much low power. Still low power. Damn. You could also just say, wait, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should do something less silly. Oh, this is that. Oh, what? Oh, that's the Equator Corvette. Have you not built any better spaceships? Damn, the Victory ship. Oh, the Victory ship has a nice... This one. Let's do that. Boop. There you go. Happy? Now we don't need to worry about power. Good. Let's see how much comes out now. Are they inverted for the new row? No, they're fine. They insert and then they output. They output before they insert. So the top one is the one we actually want, so we don't care about it. But it's the bottom one we have to see. Do we consider this to be empty? Yeah, I would say that. Like, if it's just a matter of, like, then there's too much ice here and there's only one ice block left at the end. Yeah, so another way that we can look at this is that now I've been grabbing it on the inside and also outputting it inside. I could also do another option. Let's build that separately so we have them next to each other, right? Not really correct, but okay. Don't like that it goes like this, because that means all of these will never be up there. This doesn't make any sense, right? This doesn't make any sense, because now I'm mixing both the normal and the not normal. Obviously these have to somehow first merge together and then get in here and be competitive, I guess. That one. Yeah, this is no good. Because what happens when the stuff goes down here that is not an ice crystal? Then it still needs to be looped around. Yeah, it's no good. I don't like this, because it... Then I'd much rather do here and then say, okay, you need to loop backwards. Somehow. Yeah, I don't like this build. Yeah. I think I'm preferring this, even though it's... Yeah. There is maybe also like an alternative that is like best of both worlds. Could it be possible to... Here? What if I could give this an extra space? Basically do this one again. Nope. Not that one. Okay. Yeah. One. There. And then I need to... This is no good, because this should actually be looping in on the flat side. But then it will always take lower priority. And it should not. So it should be... It should be like this. but then you're going to go in like that. There. So the first thing that happens is that it's going to get... Well, the next thing we're looking at is the fact that it can't self-correct once it's jammed. That's not a good sign. Let's just see how that pans out if I do this. Well, there's a problem here because it should actually be even lower priority, this one. I know this is getting a little bit weird, but bear with me. There. Right? So the first thing that happens is that it's going to be using all the stuff that gets recycled. Also... yeah. Okay, now it should be emptying. I just want this belt to... I want the inner belt here to remove. Yeah. Belt holding base and count. I think this is actually what I want. The question is then, could this have been done smaller, simpler, whatever? The question though is also, like, we're barely getting anything past this point. So there's an argument that, well, even though something might get past this point, it's not really happening, is it? That means that all of this out here is basically useless. Like, if this is used once in a blue moon, then it's not really worth it. Then it might be more valuable to say, hey, whatever, just send it back another loop. And then the question would be like, is it, how much is going to be, is it 1 block or is it 2 blocks? I think this is going to be... the best option, sort of space and time and all that stuff wise, right? Because there will be something that flows past, but that's okay. It's not going to consume these belts completely fluently, because I'm also... oh, no. Oh, now I get it. Because I'm also like outputting stuff on the... oh, right. There was something else I wanted like this. Yes. Right. This was only the first trial part, right? This was supposed to be only that. And then out here. I don't need this. Because I'll never have any good stuff up there. Then I do need... the funny thing is, I'm probably ending up just designing exactly what I had before. So now... I will have a full belt flowing here. always. And the rare or higher quality goes on. And I'm now using the inside belt. That was why I did this part, where I only had like the inside belt and then, well, I don't know what inside means in this case, but the middle belt here, middle sides of the belts are now reserved for higher quality that flows through and sort of progresses to the next build, while all the normal quality flows backwards, and then it gets supplemented with stuff from out here. But this is only like half a belt, so if I am getting like a full belt inbound on, then I definitely have 2 of these belts. And I think that's basically where we want in terms of sizing. We'd probably have like 2 of these builds on either side, and then that means like up top we are harvesting everything, and that goes into a full belt, and the full belt goes in to 2 of these belts from either side, collect in the middle, and that's where we have like the higher quality. Or maybe we build like rare quality or the uncommon quality next. Maybe. So if this is 80, 40, 40. It's really not that a lot that flows through here. Oh, there's a problem. Yeah, there's a big problem here. So what is missing at this point is that anything that's processed once has to flow all the way through and compete against the capacity here before it gets a chance to input again. I think I could actually fix that or alleviate that a lot by doing this. By doing this, now anything that gets output here that's normal quality just gets a chance to be picked up again. So it doesn't have to go all the way in here. And now we should also be seeing that this is consuming at a much higher rate, or a significantly higher rate. Because more stuff will flow past and they should all be busy. That actually, so much so that I think we need to extend it again. Because it just works better now. Whee! That was a good pile of goodies. Yeah. Now, every single one is crushing all the time. That's exactly what we want to see. The question is, would everything also be crushing if we can also just scrap this? I think we're onto something here. Could it be more? Would that work? Or is that getting overwhelming? Looks like they're still crushing all the time. And if I look at this belt, it actually looks like it's working. Is there an excess of ice shards? That's the problem, though. That there shouldn't be in this case, because I'm getting the processing power is exactly the same. Like, it's exactly the same processing, and it's also exactly even what comes in. So it would be like the random variation that would make it into more ice or more anything. So no, I wouldn't. I don't think so. More again. That's the thing, right? Like, I have it. This is where I don't really understand how How will we see if we're not keeping up? I guess we're not keeping up when this belt is fully working and these belts are starting to empty. Then we know that it's too fast. And I think it's important for us to figure out what too fast actually looks like. So that we know that, oh, that's perfect. Rush, off we go. If we start seeing that this space here is empty, then this here is, then it's consuming more than 30 per second. Which it isn't, still isn't. More! And see how many items processed on the end ones. Don't think that actually makes a big difference. Like, it's still gonna be balancing out. So if there's like an excess in there, that'll grind up. Count the types of asteroid chunks. It would be, yes. And if you want to make it really advanced, then you should sort of have something that switches back and forth. But as soon as you start switching recipes, you have to start putting a cooldown and wait until whatever. This gets really difficult. But yeah, monitoring what is on the belt could be okay. Only this part though, right? So here we can see how much what. But it is true there's way more oxide. Which just shouldn't be the case, I guess. I wonder how that's the case. Now I get a little bit suspicious about it, so. Go! Only on a few machines at the end, not all of them. Yeah, but it's so easy today. You could switch. Yeah, okay. But if you're sort of saying, oh, if there's more ice than something, then change to ice. Okay, now there's no more ice. Now there's something else that's too much of. Oh, switch again. Oh, switch again, switch again. And then you end up just switching all the time, and the buildings have to clear up before they switch recipes and all that stuff. It is so weird why does the ice accumulate? Time to feel the 3.1. I won't say it's not actually balanced. It is. Very much so, right? It's balanced. Would be replicated in the base game. Base game? You mean like without space age? No. Well, for each 5 machines, you have 4 that can produce, 1 that can't. Okay, I'm maybe I'm not. You're counting machines, but I'm counting the. They should be producing, like, if the average production capacity is like this. Place a red belt? Oh. Oh. Do you think that would screw the ratio? It does. Nope, it's fine. It's fine. Nope, it didn't. It just took a little bit of time to recalibrate, but then it's... No? Now the ratios are not actually very much off. Like that, this could be within... Like it's suspiciously low for one of them. Let's see if this changes anything. Of course, might be like short term, but it could be that this will suddenly make one of the other ones more likely to happen, because it does seem suspicious why carbonic is lowest. Like, I don't get why that would be the lowest one. But the carbonic one was the one out here, so that was what led me to believe that maybe that was the reason why. So. Craft time is not the same for all. This one is twice as fast. That's the reason why. This is 1 every 1 second, and this is 1 every 2 seconds. So this is why, craft time wise, this is the perfect ratio. But then there's the part about like grabbing, the inserter grabbing, and the other ones have 2 chances of grabbing something a passerby. This one only has 1 chance of grabbing something. Could that also have an impact? So that, but ultimately, if they're all working all the time, then it should be the ratio we see here, because that's the ratio that is when everything is working. So we do see that everything is working all the time. So why does it accrue? I do not get it. And you can see that carbonic is like significantly lower than the other ones. And it's just weird. Why did we delete again and start over? Should be there, but it's random walk, so it can be unbalanced by chance. So I think random walk, macro change. Call it what it is. Random walk with reflecting barriers. I remember that when me and my friend back in the dorm, we learned about macro change, like random walk with reflecting barriers. And our analogy was like, yeah, you're stumbling down the dorm room corridor, drunk, on your way back from from the bar, then that's a random walk with reflecting barriers. That's the only reason why I remember macro change to this day, was this brilliant analogy we had. Ice Crusher first in line. That's a great point. I have no idea. Let's try it. Brownie emotion, yes. Less ice-bound in machines. Ah, that's also an option. Like, that's also the fact that here there's always 3, and here there currently nothing. Why not? Oh, because... Okay, restart. I think if we look at this and say that inside each of them there are 3, and then we could also just say, okay, how many are there in total? 70. 70. Who the hell thought 70 was a good number? Oh, okay, well, it's not though. It's not a good number. Let's go back to 60. That just seems more likely. We like 60. There. All right. So there's 60, and that means divided by 5. That's 12. So there's 12 of these. That means the other ones have 12 times 3 extra stored inside, which would be 12 times 3 is 36. So are we seeing that there's 36 less? Now that's just pretty even. They flicker all the time, which is nice to see. space gives us balance of all three steps. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't give us. It's different from different parts. So you'd have to. You could go like, if you want carbonic, then you fly between Volcanus and Gleba. If you there's a little bit. If you want more ice, then you fly between maybe Gleba and Volgora. But you want to always fly between Volcanus and something, because Volcanus is where you drop it off. So it's probably not Volcanus. Volgora doesn't work because that's double distance. So yeah, switching the crusher recipe did help, which is weird though. But I don't really get why that would make a difference from it being first. Okay, now that it does look like it's just another one that's ahead. Just looks random to me. Yeah, I guess. Something that looks random. Random patterns have way more patterns than you would think. Like, that's not correct. Like, random distributions look a lot less random than you would think. Yes, and I remember that when there's different ways of generating random numbers that are not random at all, but they are much nicer spread out, and they don't clump up so much that random numbers tend to do. Random numbers clump up way more than you'd intuitively think they should, which means that if you use random samples for academic study, you end up maybe getting a chance of just some random clumping that makes it look significant. Which is also like something that just blows my mind when you think about it as an academic. When you write your paper and you want to sort of say, is this good? Then you are usually saying, oh, I'm using the 95 confidence interval. That's good. What is that? R value. Because then I am 95% chance that this result is not coming from random. It's coming from the numbers, which is good. Except that means that if everyone does that, 1 in 20 academic article is just purely random noise. Which is a lot. Which is also why people just not really are able to replicate other people's results. And also why on top of that, you add just this brilliant little trick of defining things as outliers, and then suddenly, straight line, just that's an outlier, and then if we take those out, nice straight line, let's draw a graph. I'm very bad at noticing or creating randomness. I think that's a wrong formulation. I think it's not that we are bad at seeing randomness. I think it's just that we are trained instinctively to see patterns. So we will look for a pattern. Like, I have a friend, very smart person, but she is insisting that she has the ability to manifest parking spaces in central Copenhagen. And other than that, she is a perfectly sensible person, but she believes in her heart of hearts that she can manifest a parking space. And I'm like, it's just like, for her, when she finds this parking space, it's confirmation bias. She just confirms what she already knew. I can find a parking space, because ultimately you always find a parking space. And if you don't find a parking space, whatever, you forget about it. But when you do it, this is the same as when you think about calling your friend, and then they call you. Oh my God, we're so in sync. It's like, yeah, or maybe it's because you usually talk every week, and it's been a week since last time you talked, and you both were sort of like, it's now Thursday, and we usually talk like around Wednesday, Thursday, and yeah, I'm cooking dinner, and that's a good time to talk. We usually talk while one of us cooking dinner. They're like, oh my God, you're so in sync. No, it just had to have a habit, or something like that, right? And all the times when someone called you and you didn't think of them, you just go like, hey, long time, nice to see you, nice to hear you. But it's like, it's so much confirmation bias, because we're so trained to see patterns in everything and nothing. Sit in a passenger seat and see how many spaces he... I hope. Yeah. It's... Yeah. Pick a random number between 1 and and way too many people won't pick neither one of... Oh, yeah. And 37 is the most likely number. Like, if you're supposed to pick a random number, and then between 1 and 100, it should be 2-digit number, of course. And it should be an odd number. Like, both digits should be odd numbers. Like, it still seems like a random number, but you're gonna end up with 37. If you sort of guide like that, then you're... Because it's not... 37. It felt random because it's not... Exactly. 37 is the most random number. It's such an easy... And here's another way where you can lean even more into the bias. You say to people, like, think of a random number between 1 and 100. And they go like, yes, 37. And they go like, no, I was thinking about 54. Like, okay. They forgot everything about it. But the fact that when they said 37, you go like, 37. Then you can go like, So, or 69. Nice. That's the... then you can sort of lean even more into it. Like, anytime that it doesn't fit, whatever. But when it fits, they go like, I don't know how you did it. How did you... It's like, oh, brainwaves, you know? We're just so attuned that I just felt that that was the number you're going to pick. Or you could even sort of seed that number first. That's always like a good idea, like planting that number somewhere. I don't know. You can plant it on the screen or somewhere, like, or somewhere in line of sight, or you're standing in front of a house number 37. You go, think of a random number. Like, okay, like 37. Like, oh my god, it's right behind me. That's why. So, yeah, it's all good. Ace of Spades as a pick a random card. Yeah, but then again, if you sort of pick a random card and then I say Ace of Spades, then you go like, yeah, that doesn't... Ace of Spades doesn't feel like a random card. It doesn't feel like it's a high importance card. So maybe, yeah. Suppose some random predictions or whatever. When one of them actually happens, delete the others and claim your prize among naive people. Yeah, this is also the thing, like, when, like, this person who... Oh, Davis, thank you for the 14 months. Absolutely glorious. Thank you. Yeah, so someone's like, oh, this person predicted the last 3 recessions or the last presidential elections. Like, there's 300 million people in the US and they all have an opinion about who's going to be the next president. Like, add that up and someone will have guessed the right president 10 times in a row. That doesn't mean that they're going to pick it correctly the 11th time. That just means, like, all samples are there. But you gotta harvest it and then on your predictive powers. So, yeah. Hey, thank you, Shen, for the 500 biddies. Yeah, I think we're happy about this design. Let's have a look at it now that we've been sort of waiting a long time. So now it's another thing that has sort of increased, and why? No idea. I wonder if it's an unstable equilibrium, so that if something tends to go higher, then it continues to go higher. Or if it sort of, on average, balances out. I mean, if it goes too far down, then it won't activate all of these. And then the ones that won't activate won't have the 40% chance of returning itself. And therefore, it'll be less likely to generate that. Yeah. Because it's more likely to generate itself. Oh yeah, I do think actually it's an unstable equilibrium. Because let's say that we start generating... No, it doesn't matter because they are still... If they're all working, then they're all processing at the same power, same speed. Yeah, no. Have you tried to make a line for each asteroid? I don't think that's a good idea, because that means that all of it has to be filtered before it can be used. I thought about it and I was like, no. Because a lot of it doesn't really go very far, because it gets output here and pick up here, output here, pick up here, and then it just kind of iterates in this space. It doesn't use the capacity of the belt at all. Once you change your machines at the end, shouldn't be too hard, and it creates a forcing function to bring it back to equilibrium. I don't actually know how to do do that in a proper way. Changing the recipe. I'm getting. Let's have another one. So this one. I don't. Okay, now I'm gonna make it very, very slowly. Ice is over. Oops. Then I'll put this one. This? I don't need this. Yes, for all of them. And it should be an and. And let's also make some lights, otherwise it's really difficult to see if there more than one is online. That's... That's the problem. Whoops. I'm gonna just try it, and then we'll see if it's all the issues that are, because I believe there are issues, but I don't know how it responds when it flickers like this. So we should probably get them in from all of them, right? So I get this here, and then I do sloppy that everything is ready. I can't. What happens when it changes recipe? Ah. Skip music. Okay, so it only changes when it's done with the recipe. It doesn't change while it's in progress. Ah, flicker, flicker, flicker. See, I don't know if it can get stuck if it's changing recipe while this one is mid-swing. But I think every time it changes here, it just spews out. Look how much it changes. There we go, it completed one. But once it sort of gets something in, then it changes. But also look at those when it gets like multiple icons out here. There we go. There we go, now it's gonna get it. There we go. That's when it changes because it now has put in too many. Maybe I don't need, will it flicker mid-hand swing? I don't know. Maybe I also don't need to have 6 of these, and that's too many, because that means that when it changes, then it changes all of them, and then they grab all of this, and then it goes below the other ones, and then it's more likely to flicker. While if I only had like 1 additional that was changing, then maybe that would be better. And we probably also need to actually put them back into this too. Yeah, no need to control them, but just like having 2 extra that sort of takes whatever is most of. Sorry. Like, the fact that it flickers is a testament to the fact that it's working. So let's not underestimate that part, right? So if I do this and let it work, then we will gradually, maybe it'll be a little bit. Now it's unbalanced, pretty unbalanced actually, between the highest and lowest. So if we set these ones back to recipe, then it's pretty instantly actually, at least some of it, rebalancing. But does it also rebalance back to so that they're all balanced or not? Like, it's maybe climbing up because these ones sort of get a little bit more intention. If it unbalances with more than 10, then the recipe will not flicker as often. Yes, that's a good point. How do I do that? But if we look at it now, they're all even. It'll basically be, yeah. There. So now there's no signal coming in here. I don't know how to do that aside from... Can I do minus 10? Will that work? Yes. Small difference and no change is really needed. So now it is stuck with this one, which is absolutely incorrect. Why does it do that? What is it wrong? What's wrong with this? Oh, because it doesn't get the other signals in. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. There. Oh, I was... Yeah, okay. It is coming back out. So the argument here is that it flickers when there is a small difference. When there's a small difference, who cares, right? Then it's not important. It's important when there's a big difference, and when it's a big difference, then it will shriek it down, and then it'll start flickering and whatever, right? If ice minus metallic equal 50. Ah, right. Yeah, that's true. But how do I do that? Like, I can't do minus here. I can do... I would have to subtract each... It's yeah. Okay, yeah, Bercy, I think you're right about it. I think it's like, when it flickers, who cares? Because that's when it's actually balanced anyway. So if I lose capacity there, who cares? But it's just the last one to just balance it out if it's completely out of focus. Cool. All right, we got somewhere. Thank you very much for joining tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing some more Bloodborne. We're probably going to finish up the base game, and if I feel like it, I'll start the DLC, or we'll just wrap it up neatly and then be done with that game. And then, of course, I'll be having some masterclass. Would love a Space Casino discussion video on YouTube. Maybe you can influence people to support keeping it in the game. The drama will give clicks, maybe not your style of video. I don't think it'll be that, but I can voice my opinion about it when we do this Space Casino video and LDS Shuffle. And they can go like, yeah, there's a trick to get 2 materials easily. You still need the other 17 anyway, so that's kind of how I feel. I don't think it'll be creating drama of any kind, but you know, cool. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys. We'll have some YouTube video on Thursday, but I don't think I'm going to be releasing much this week because I don't have a lot of content to make YouTube videos of, and I want to make stuff on Twitch before. So, for example, Mind Mobile, we're waiting for a new map, and then we'll jump into that. And other new games, feel free to share those. Good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.